시작했나요? 네. 안녕하세요. 세종 솔로이스트의 총감독 강경원입니다. 오늘 이렇게 2021 희게 뭉크를 마스터 클래스를 시작하게 돼서 너무 기쁩니다. 첫 마스터 클래스로 모시는 데이비드 첸은 다 아시다시피 줄리아드 음대 교수시고 메트로폴리탄 오페라 오케스트라 악장이시고 그리고 또 세종 단원으로도 있어서 저희가 이렇게 오랜 인연이 있었고 또 지금은 컨덕팅도 하십니다. 9월 2일 날 예술의 전당에 콘서트에 오시면 데이비드 첸이 바이올린 하시는 거 또 컨덕팅 하시는 거 다 보실 수 있습니다. 지금 이게 실시간으로 메타버스로 지금 중계가 되기 때문에 그 세계 분들이 보시기 때문에 제가 잠깐 영어로 하겠습니다. So we are thrilled to have and honored to have David Chen as our masterclass teacher. And as you know, he is the professor at Juilliard and distinguished conductor and also violinist. So we have a concert on Thursday, September 2nd, and if you join us, you'll see him perform violin and also conduct, and will be performing his arrangement. So he has a multi-director type of function at September 2nd concert. So without further ado, I'm going to give my baton to the young talent here. Thank you.
Good morning and bravo. It was really wonderful to hear you. So many wonderful things in your playing. I appreciate the purity of the sound and the intonation for this piece. It's so important. And another thing I really like is how smooth your bowing is. We don't have any bumps or noises. It's really beautiful and beautiful to watch and beautiful to hear. The thing I do want to say about it, though, is you're young, you have so much room to grow in. It's wonderful, but where I would suggest you look for this piece, because it's really, first-rate performance level already. But what would make it better is when I watch, I see often you use the entire bow for everything. And when I listen, sometimes, even though I understand your phrasing completely, sometimes instead of hearing one very long phrase, I hear a little bit bow by bow. So what happens is when you use, this is not the best piece to play if you don't warm up at all, but I'll try to show, like if you use the whole bow when you don't need it, you actually have to be very light in order not to make ah. So what I hear is instead of yada yada da da da, instead of like a very controlled level of the phrasing, you actually have to let go of your sound in order for it not to stick out. So something like, let me see. So often, we don't, so the point isn't just to use less bow. We have to understand why, because I spend a lot of time with students encouraging them to use more bow because it opens up the sound. So you understand that it's not that I want you to change the way you play, but sometimes you can control the sound and the phrasing more precisely if you use only the amount you need, right? It's so it's, this is my attempt at early morning humor in Korea. It's like if you order your food in the restaurant and they bring you a bowl of gochujang, you don't put the whole thing in right away, right? You taste first and you see how much you want. So it's a little bit like that with the bow. The sound and the phrasing is a little bit like a cooking recipe. You have to taste exactly how much you want. So let's start again. And what I want to encourage you to do is, if you're going to play up bow, don't necessarily start at the tip, right? Because like, where is the loudest part of the first phrase? Is it, or is it da 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 ya da 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 da, somewhere around there, right? So if I use the whole bow, somehow it's a little bit flat. You hear some phrasing, but it's a little bit flat because I use the same amount of bow for everything. Now, if I use maybe half the bow or 3/4, when I think about it, I don't know where to begin. But somehow not the whole bow. You see how there's more rise and fall because the amount of bow is changing. Okay, so just play again and let's see if we can get more variety in the amount of bow stroke. Good. So related to this, because you're used to using a lot of bow, you don't always hold on to the sound in the middle of the bow stroke. What I mean by that is I hear instead of, so you have to imagine if you're a singer, sorry with my terrible voice, da 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 ya da da ya da 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 da. I cannot sing da 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 da. I'm exaggerating, right? You don't do that much, but if you're a singer, you have to control the flow of your sound all the way through. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's very subtle, right? Your sound is beautiful, but I find that in the middle, there's more air than we have to have. Try to sing through it a little bit more. Better. Some places, tell you what, we're going to do one time. Often when you want to correct something or change something in your playing, if somebody tells you do a little bit of this, you do a little bit, right? Let's say we're here and you want to get to here, and the teacher says do a little bit, so you do a little bit. And they said, no, you have to do more. So you do a little bit more. Often to really do it, you have to go to here so that you can come back to the middle. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's play just alone right now, no piano. So I want you to exaggerate, okay? So do it like this. Don't think about how much bow. Think about controlling the flow of your sound. So what I want you to do is something like, so I'm purposely playing very slow. So ba ya da dum. So I'm really, and not just doing da da da, but da ya da 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 dum, like the way you're singing. Okay, so go as slowly as you need, but really feel that each note connects to the next note, which connects to the next one. Okay, good. Was much better. Two notes were not as good. One was, and so it's not that everything is equally loud. It's fine for it to come down a little bit, but still controlling it, not just that the bottom falls out. One more time, the same thing. Yes. Yeah. Does it feel different in your bow? Right? So the way, it's actually a really good terminology. I don't know if any of you know the French for down bow and up bow, but the French actually call it pull and push. And in a way, it's a better description because when we just think down or up, it's a direction, down, up. But it doesn't describe how we feel. When you say pull or push, to feel like not just that I move this direction, but I try to imagine like my bow is connected to something, like a rope, and like when I move it, it doesn't go very easily. Like I actually have to pull it this way, or push it back that way. Now, of course, there are times where we want something to be very light, and we don't want to feel so much resistance. But it should feel like you are pulling something. Okay, so you did very well. But one way you can practice this at home is to play with no vibrato, because if I don't vibrate, first of all, it's very hard to play in tune. But I can really feel what I'm doing with the sound. Sometimes if you're not actually pulling, you can hide it with the left hand. Okay, so without vibrato is a good way to practice this. Now that we just did that, try to do exactly the same thing, but play in tempo. We can have the piano join us now. Okay, so the first bow, it was a little bit like that, right? Try to find right away. You see that you have more control over dynamics if you have this. So right away, don't be like on top of the string, but imagine like you're having to push the bow. Good, okay. So I don't know if everybody heard it, but the first couple bow strokes, the sound was so different. It's your sound, but it's bigger and fuller. And in this room, we don't hear a big difference in dynamic, But if you play in front of an orchestra or you play in a large concert hall, it makes a huge difference because this type of sound goes out there. Here maybe doesn't sound that different, but in the big hall, you really need it. So, sorry, just one more time and then we'll go to another passage so that you can feel something different. But this was great. And then you kind of went back to what you're used to. So remember the exaggerated version. So instead of saying, hello, how are you? You have to say, hello, how are you? Like imagine, like you exaggerate the way you speak. So this is a useful thing for everybody to understand. In my everyday life, if I go to the coffee shop with my friends, I don't talk like this. Why am I talking the way I'm talking right now? It's because I'm teaching a class. I want you to understand something. If I go to Starbucks with my friend, I say, oh, hi, Matthew, how are you? Like, hey, what's up? But because I'm teaching a class now, I'm like, good morning, everybody. Very nice to see you. Everything is exaggerated a little bit. And when we play, we have to do the same thing. Otherwise, we just play for ourselves here. It's really beautiful, really nice. But if you play in a big concert hall with 3,000 people, you have to play like this. Okay. It sounds really different. Did it feel difficult? Did you have to work hard or not so much? Focusing on your bow, right. So I think it's not, for somebody of your level, I think it's not more difficult. You just have to concentrate on it. You have to think about it. Okay, just so we have a little bit more time, just so you have a chance to play a different passage. So all the passage work is great. And the octaves, no problem. Sometimes you can maybe play a little bit closer to the bridge when you want like the big sound. So instead of, it'll focus the sound a little bit more. Also forgive my intonation, but these sorts of places, especially the top notes, a little bit closer to the bridge can give us a little bit more brilliance. Can we go on a little bit? From bum ba ba yada dum ba dum. Really good, but that, you see like how close I put my bow to the bridge? So actually you don't have, if I attack here, it's still a little bit thin. There I can actually use a little bit less pressure, but the position is better. Can we just do da 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 yeah? Yeah, and not only closer to the bridge, but a little bit flatter with the bow hair. Yeah, so it's fine also. I mean, not a real lift, but you can take a second to make sure the hair catches on the string. Yeah, you see how clear that is now? That, again, that sort of attack, it's not to make a big noise, but that sort of clean articulation sends your sound out there. Very good. Okay, so last thing, let's do and so this is a different character than the opening, but the same way we have to think about how you use your bow and how you control your sound. Okay? Okay, very good. Before you go on, tell me what you think. What's better for the phrasing? If I come out of this, if I go, or if, I think already it's like we lost control of it. So imagine if I'm singing, I'm not going to go da 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 da, but da 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 dum, bum 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 bum. So don't think of going to the frog. Think about just getting to the F sharp. Make only the sound that you need. Okay, better. One last element about this is sometimes you use the most bow, the first note, and then you don't have enough bow left. So you do something, I'm exaggerating, but something like, let me see. You almost ran out of bow. And then it should be more, most, and not da, da, da. Right, so let me play with you one. So, you see how the first note of the bow, don't just let it go. Like, if I want to do da 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 da, then do that. I ended up in the same place as you, but I started with little and then more instead of just right away use half the bow. Like, you have to really think about how you use your bow. One more time. So up to the ba and da 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 was really beautiful, so much better. Now here, there I think you don't really sing it the same way. Instead, da 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 da, go right from there. Da 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 da. Already so much better. So let's just, so that we have a chance to show everyone, play from here by yourself and no vibrato. So all your phrasing has to be controlled by your bow arm. Good. can you hear how it's a little bit flat like this? Right? So when you don't vibrate, then we hear everything. So now you have to make it, again, without vibrato, you have to make it so. You have to do everything with your bow. One more time. Yeah, much better. Okay, now with vibrato together with piano. Yeah, that's exactly it. So you see, it still sounds like you. The playing was already wonderful, but now there's more size, it has more color, has more shape. Okay, so look, this what I'm talking about, this is when you talk about the path of violin playing, this is like the end product, is how do you go from being a very good violinist to a great one, or from good violinist to an artist? For the violin player, it's all in the bow, right? Our early years, a lot of the concentration is on left hand and playing the notes and developing left hand technique. But artistry, having something to say with your music, which at the end of the day is the most important thing. It's not that, oh yeah, I got 98% of the notes. Nobody cares. It's what did you say to the audience? What did you communicate with your music? And for the violinist, for any string player, most of it is from the bow arm. Okay, so you're very young, you have a lot of time. I'm just telling you that in the years to come, this is what I would love to see you work on. But it was great to hear you. Great performance. Thank you. fantastic. Bravo. It's really, hold on, let me just adjust this. You know what? Maybe you don't need it, right? So maybe I'll just take this one. It's really amazing to see somebody of such accomplishment at your age already. It's very impressive and it's very heartwarming. And there's also a kind of a connection because your teacher was my teacher also, but a couple of years ago, just only a few. But I bring that up because there's something that I learned from him that I'm sure he speaks to you about also, and it's something I think you could use effectively because, you know, at your age, your sense of sound is already very well developed. So it's not any problem with that. But one thing I notice is when you want to go for more sound or more power, you press very hard or you vibrate a lot. But what I see that could make things easier for you, it has to do with the angle of the bow and also the position. So just so everyone in the audience can kind of understand what I'm presenting here, there are 4 major ways we can control the sound that we draw from the violin. One is how much pressure, right? One is how much bow. But the 2 that we don't think about as often are the angle of the bow hair. And then related to that is the position, the sounding point between the fingerboard and the bridge. And the reason why they're related is normally we play on a little bit of an angle. If I don't change anything except to flatten the bow hair, you see now this side that's up in the air, now it's come down. So already I'm closer to the bridge, even though I didn't think of changing anything else. In a way, I already changed it. Already I'm a little bit closer. Now, the thing is, so a note like, you have to play very close to the bridge. Now why is that? When we play in first position, if you look at the length of the string is from here to wherever the bow is. And the distance from the finger to the bridge, I'm pretty close to the bridge actually. Now if I play here, now what happens? Now the string is only this long and my bow is in the middle of it. So it'd be like if I played in first position and my bow is here. It's not so good, right? So the point is, as we get to if I'm here, I don't actually have to work that hard. But if I miss it only by a little bit, you see it doesn't have the same focus. And now I'm working much harder. So there you also work much harder if you don't tighten your bow. It's a good tip for all the violinists in the audience. But the point I want to make is, if we find a better position sometimes, we can get more with less work. And I don't know how, violin doesn't appear to be very difficult for you, but the way I feel is violin is already really hard. I don't want to do anything that's going to make it harder than it needs to be. Okay, so the flat hair is something that I think would really help you a lot. Before we do it in the piece, I just want you to take one note, maybe like, okay, and then get louder and louder with pressure. Okay, now take the same note and do this. So you play with the flatter hair and see what happens. Okay, so now the same amount of pressure you used, use it with with the flat hair and see what happens. Okay, so I think because you have a good ear, you're naturally relaxing a little. Like, use a lot of pressure with flat hair and see what happens. Okay, so you see how it's a little bit rough? So the point is, with flat hair, we can actually use less pressure. So instead of, if I play, let me see. You see how it's almost like too much. But if that's kind of the sound like on the angle with a lot of pressure. Now if I use flatter hair, but a little bit easier pressure, you see actually the sound opens up. The pressure kills the vibrations. So a little, you see how that's actually a bigger and better sound. Now, it's only one forte there. If it was the climax and it was 2 Fs, 3 Fs, then I can do that. But that's still, the flat hair, you see, it makes the sound wider. So again, take one note and just experiment with the angle, with the pressure, but in this hand, when I say play louder, don't vibrate harder. Draw more sound with the bow. Yeah, you see how that sound is fuller, but you actually probably press less, right? Yeah, so that's the direction you need to go. Because so much of this movement is so beautiful, so atmospheric. A lot of it is kind of dreamy, right? He even says that, soñando, dreaming. So we don't actually want, we don't want that kind of sound. So that air in the sound is good. But when it gets big and we need to focus the sound, think about the flat hair and the position to the bridge rather than to do that. And right, so we talked in the first lesson about drawing the sound more with the bow. So you need to focus on that and not to add pressure and to add vibrato, but the bow first. Okay, let's start again from the beginning. Okay, much better. You see here, though, when you go to the G string, there you can flatten the hair, but kind of go very easy with pressure. Can we just, a little bit before that? Maybe. Yeah. Do you hear how that changes the sound? Does it feel easier, actually? Way easier. Yeah, way easier. Good. That's even better than I hoped. If the student says, yeah, it's a little bit easier, but way easier, that's great. But more importantly than that, the sound is different, and it's what we need, right? If I do this, for example, you see how now I didn't change this. So it's G string and it's louder, but in a way the sound, the character of the sound didn't really change. Whereas if I, there's more difference in the sound. So you can get a greater range of sound that way. Before we go on, let's do it again. One other thing I want you to be aware of is, and unfortunately for our audience, this is something I usually end up having to talk about with almost everyone, is watch that you don't use the first half of the bow like right away. So sometimes I see, I feel like you can actually have more shape if you save some bow. Let's see where else. Like the loudest part is at the end of the bow, so not, but, so just watch how you distribute the bow. Great, that whole opening part was wonderful. Do you feel like when you save your bow a little bit more, you have more control over where you go? Great. So the reason why I stopped you here is I feel like when the E string comes, make the color more different, right? I mean, of course, when I hear this piece, I have Heifetz's sound in my head. There's no way not to. But from this very round and warm sound that we got with our flat hair, so now, so just okay, if I go to the E string, of course it's going to sound different, but from bum to an octave higher to 2 octaves higher, somehow that register has different overtones, different colors. We need to get that more right away. Okay, so just so we get the maximum contrast, can we have the G string? Da, ya. Okay, good. Yeah, better. Now, can this entire E string passage, can you bring it a little bit closer to the bridge? So what I mean by that is don't play everything here. If you're playing wherever you play and there's a normal little ebb and flow, the same, but just the whole thing a little bit closer. So now you're moving like this rather than like this, right? I don't mean to play here. That will come when we get to the loudest part. But just, even if the beginning of the E string is very atmospheric and still soft, and it's still a different sound. So let's try it. Good. Good. Do you hear a difference? It's more focused, right? So also the octave leap, when we go from, it may not be very visible, but as we get closer to the finger, to the bridge with the finger, the bow also, because the string gets shorter, that has to be closer to the bridge than this. And then especially as it gets more intense, we have to be more and more conscious. So it may not even be that it comes in a lot, but we have to feel like we lean a little bit that way. It's more than anything making sure it doesn't go the other way. Okay, one more time. I have one question for you. So from where you started and where I stopped you, it's a little bit of an arc, right? We have like the same thing 3 times and it gets more and more, and then it relaxes a little bit here. Do you feel a little bit like you made the crescendo with your vibrato? It feels a little bit like each one you vibrate harder and harder, but the amount of sound didn't change that much. So let's try instead to make the crescendo with the right hand. And because we need the whole bow for everything, we cannot make the difference by using more bow. So we have to find a sounding point, also flatter hair, maybe by the time we do the A flat. Not completely flat, but more flat. So we have to find a position that makes the sound more intense. What I hear now is you vibrate more, so it looks more intense, but the sound itself is not more intense. So we go from to. So it's not even that it's so much louder, it's that the positioning of the bow creates a more intense sound. One more time, please. Did you feel the difference? Right? There's more change in the sound. Just this last one, you gave up a little bit. I think the last arpeggio, da-da-da-da, we still need a little bit more. And then it's almost like you gave up before the end. So keep going with that, right? I felt like through the G was really good. At A flat, could have been a little bit more, and then we lost a little bit at the end. So last time, and then we'll go on. To the bridge, but you're on an angle. So just try to flatten a little bit more. So by the time, so again, in this room, with this piano, it's no problem. But maybe in a big hall with an orchestra, we have a little trouble getting through the texture. So You see how my hair is almost flat, almost right on top of the bridge. So it takes a certain intensity of vibrato to keep the sound there, but I'm not actually working that hard with my bow. I don't feel like I'm working, I find the right position, and just keeping that position and using the vibrato holds the sound there, right? You feel when you're up there that if you let go, it's going to fall down, right? But that's still there, but it shouldn't be that hard work. Can we just try B flat by yourself? Okay, so yeah, there you're working very hard with the left hand. Good. Keep going up. Yeah, so you should get to, feel like somebody is building a dam here. Instead of water, it's your bow. Your bow is not going to go this way. You see, the vibrato frees it up a little bit, but so it has to do with finding the right position and the right pressure, which is not very much. Try it just by yourself. Just yes. Yeah, do you hear the difference in the sound? Is the vibrato helps it, but it's not being done by vibrato. Before, it felt a little bit like the bow is not contributing enough. And you see how that sounds like I'm doing it with vibrato? And then the right hand and the left hand match better. The left hand was exactly the same, but because I gave a better position with the right hand, the sound is more balanced. Okay, from that mezzo forte, okay, good. Good. The G string forte sound was much better with what we worked on, right? Not forced, no feeling of being rough or pressure. Before that, I want to remind you about the bow distribution. Again, it felt like there was not enough bow left for that. So just during that, just watch how much you use it. Directly from there. Excellent. One last thing is, when you play on the G string, take one note and just play. Okay, now, just turn your bow this way a tiny bit. Does that sound different? Rings more, right? So what happens is when we play like on the D string, for example, we don't have much choice what arm level, because if I go this way, I hit the G string, and if I go this way, I hit the A string. And same thing with the A string. But on the outer strings, often, if I go a little bit this way, you get more sound. And the same thing is true. That's why you'll see often if people are playing on the E string, they might actually stand this way more because then we have more access to this side. And same thing, if you're playing where you're going to be on the G string for a long time, instead of being like this the whole time, it's actually easier to just turn the violin a little bit, then we have access to this side always. All right, so let's do the one last time. When you get to the, just either do this a little bit or lift your arm a tiny bit, right? It's not a lot, just a little bit will. Let's see what it does to the sound. That G string sound was fantastic. We're almost out of time. All of this stuff was fantastic when you play through. So now with everything we've talked about, you can see with notes that need to be powerful, the angle of the hair, adjusting the pressure accordingly. And when you go for the high notes, to articulate those sorts of things, you are maybe working a tiny bit harder than you need to be. If you find a position closer to the bridge, it will articulate itself more, right? So it's not a big change, but just a little bit. Let's just start from figure 6 and do a few bars this way. Yeah, great. So especially that note, if you can find the right spot, then you don't have to kill the note. Yeah, exactly. And then as you go down, make sure, because of the speed, that you get far enough. If I just get to the G string, it's not as satisfying a sound as if I'm, okay, one more time. Yes. Yeah, you see how great that high note was? It was fantastic. And you came down, but when you start, it should be the same sound. Last time. Yes, yeah. You see, like all of a sudden it's like the richness and the range of your sound increased, but it shouldn't feel like you have to work harder. It's just tools you already have. Like what I always tell students is like, you have a giant toolbox and you have to use the right tools in the right place, but you're trying to use the same screwdriver for everything, right? So when you need a bigger screwdriver, get that instead of taking the small one and working harder. Okay, but it's wonderful playing. I have no doubt that you'll develop amazingly. But just to take these tools and find ways to apply them. Okay, it's not like, it's also not like, ooh, I have so many tools. Let me make sure I play with all of them. It's not really that. But it's more just being aware that when you have these sorts of expressive demands, there are other technical solutions besides just the push harder. Okay, great job. Wonderful, bravo. It's, you know, we hear this piece so often now that it's easy to forget it's one of the most difficult violin concertos of all, and you did a great job, so thank you for that. One thing though, like the other great violin concertos, thinking like Beethoven, Brahms, Tchaikovsky in its way, but also like Bartók II and Berg, this is one of those violin concertos that's in some ways almost more like a symphony than a concerto. I mean, I think Beethoven and Brahms is more obvious that way, but in the sense that it's really a symphonic texture that the violin plays a really big part in, rather than the sort of concerto like Wieniawski or Vieuxtemps, which is more like opera aria style, where the orchestra serves mainly to accompany. So when we talk about symphonic texture with Sibelius, we're talking trumpets, trombones, tuba. It's quite a rich and heavy texture. So the one thing I was missing from your performance is, you know, we can talk about power and projection with the large orchestra, but that's only one element. It's more, I want you to think about a greater range of depth and color. So I was thinking while you were playing how to best present this to you and which side of this I wanted to work on. And then when we got to the coda, there were two passages that suddenly, like your sound came flying out of nowhere, and it was like both the E string and the G string, it had much more projection, but also just kind of vitality of color. So let's talk about that. What did you do differently there? What inspires you? I mean, it's an exciting passage and it's fun to play. I know that, but what did you feel there that's different than some of the other things? Okay, good. So you may not have heard her, but she said she wanted to make more contrast between the E string and the G string. So this piece is in a way very difficult to teach because so much of it is kind of slow bow, right? Like the opening. And then other passages is just like cadenza. And there's not a lot in between. Like in a way, it's very hard to teach. But even within those passages, if you can utilize the same style of thinking, that you're going to make as much contrast as you can. So instead of from here to here, we're maybe moving like this. But in its way, we have to make more contrast, because I think maybe when it's closer together, you don't feel it as much. But a great way to do it is if you have to sing, even da, 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 the voice feels much lower. But on the violin, it doesn't feel very far, right? It's even the same string. But da, da, da. Try singing that once. Just with your voice, yeah. Yeah, so from the A to the D, da, 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 feels quite different, right? Da, ba, da, da, da. So from bum, ba, dum, when you have to sing up to there, because the lift is important. Sing. Da, da, da. Yeah, so you see when you go up, da, da, you have to change the position of your voice, right? Da, da, da. So this is a good exercise for all of you. Anytime when you sing, especially like, I'm kind of changing the subject a little, but if you play like now try to sing ya, da. It's so far away. You have to completely change it from chest voice to head voice. So if we play, You see how it all sounds a little bit like it's here, but has so much more color because it's not like I play, but just the rising and falling. So even though these are much closer, remember that feeling. And then, so the same way, just these contrasts get more out of those. Okay, can we hear the beginning again? It's a big difference, but I know probably second time is also easier. It's like often in the lessons I'll say to students, that's so much better. What did you do different? It's like, oh, I'm just warmed up now, or I was nervous the first time. So I'm sure that helps also, but you see, like even just that, I think you would agree what you just did now is not harder. It's just the way of thinking is a little bit different, right? So much of what we do is not actually the right difference to make is not more difficult, but we have to be conscious of it. We can go a little bit further with this. Physically, I would love to see, it's difficult to describe, but two things. One is a little bit more weight in the strings. So sometimes it feels a little bit on top. So not that you press in, but that gravity sinks in. I mean, I know force is force, but one is being above the string and pushing down, but that's not the type of force I would like to see. It would be more the type that things are sinking down. Right? You have very good posture, but this is one of the reasons why posture while playing is so important, because if I play like this, it's very hard to sink in, right? So if the posture is good and the violin is up, and so that's why when I see students play, and every chord the violin goes down, you actually make it harder to make a good sound or a big sound, because you need actually some resistance from the violin. The violin is resisting up against the downward. And if I go down with the violin, you say I actually lose that. Right? So the feeling that there's, when I set up like this, that this part of the, right, it makes a square, but this is one side, and then the other three sides are here, that that they're heavy and they actually want to, like imagine there's like a pole or something that you can pull down, like the whole thing is being pulled down a little bit. So can you try one more time and just feel a little bit like, before you play again, just feel that everything sinks into the string a tiny bit. No, not Sibelius yet, just any note. Yeah, but not just on the down bow, but also on the up bow. Yeah. Now, of course, it doesn't mean that every bow is going to be that heavy, but just that feeling of weight in the string. Okay, can we play again? Sound is very different. Do you feel like you're working hard or just different? Yeah, different mindset? Good. Let me add to it even more, okay? So, again, that place in the coda was different. Like it felt like the whole body was engaged, but sometimes when you play, I feel, and this is not a criticism. It's very easy to do this, but sometimes I feel like all the action happens inside here. So, meaning, I feel that you play with your hands and fingers. I know why this piece is hard to teach, because anytime you demonstrate, you have to wait a long time before you hear anything. But I feel like anyway, I feel everything happening here. And try to imagine that it's actually more three-dimensional. So even though we only see this is connected to this, which is connected to this. So even though, when we're very little and we learn how to play violin, the first thing the teacher teaches us with the bow is not to bow like this, but to open and close. But it's still connected to, so it's like even though we don't see the arm pull this way, it starts from the shoulder and even the muscles in the back. It's like when I play like this, I imagine almost like I'm going to pull sound from my shoulder. Can you just take like a note like this and like instead of just moving your hand this way, imagine almost like you have to pull the sound from your shoulder. Right, but then once you keep moving, don't just, the beginning was very good, but then you kind of lose it. So I told this to one of the others who played earlier. Imagine like your bow is connected to something. So once you begin pulling, you have to continue pulling. So it doesn't just pull and then like it fell out and then you lose it. No, it's like you're pulling and it's heavy enough that it requires your entire arm and even your shoulder or back to pull it out. Yeah. So you see, like, that has so much more size in it. It's not, is it louder? Yes, it's louder. But the point is not to just, if I tell you right now, play louder, then you do all the same things you normally do, but then you work harder. But this is actually a different, slightly different way of pulling the sound. So it's just a different idea. So even this side is not going to move a lot, but the same feeling that it's not only the hand, but that the whole arm and shoulder and back is relaxed and engaged. So like the difference would be like, this is more hands. And then whole body is. Sounds quite different, right? But from the front, it doesn't look that different. I think if you were to put your hand on my back, you would feel more engagement from the larger muscles the second time. So that's what I would like from you, like on top of feeling more weight in the string, feeling like, so again, this is hard because it's a slow bow, but instead of, should be more, so now I feel less from my hand and more from further up. Right, so before we do that, just do the, play the way you're used to, and then imagine that, again, that you're pulling from something higher up. Okay, so try it both ways. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Instantly more roundness, more depth. Okay, so let's play the beginning and let's think about these things. There's much more presence in your sound now. And it's also like it's not just that it's bigger. When it's bigger, we have more possibility to change it. If it's lighter and narrower, then to make those contrasts that you were enjoying in the other passage, it's harder because then it's only between this. But if our sound is like this, then we have more room to do these sorts of things. Okay, good. So you can use this sort of mindset for everything. Of course, not just this piece, but anything you play. I want to look at one passage. It's the, so this often is very disappointing when you hear it because you see somebody working very hard and not a lot of sound comes out. And what I would like you to think about is, if you look at this passage, doing all of that, very difficult in the left hand, what happens in this hand? Does it go anywhere? It's the same, right? It's the same two strings. You never have to cross, never a different bow stroke. So this is a very powerful thing to realize. The right hand doesn't go anywhere. So let's make sure it doesn't. Because what actually happens, why we lose so much sound often in this passage, is while the left hand is struggling to shift and play in tune, this hand is actually doing all kinds of weird wiggles, and actually it shouldn't go anywhere. Now if I say tune the A and E strings, sorry about that, but you're not going to be looking for it. We know exactly where it is. You have all the years you've been playing violin of muscle memory of where that is. Every day when you tune, not just once, but many times probably, you know exactly where that is. So when you play, I just stay there. You see, there's so much more sound because I don't let it leak out. But it will actually feel different because you'll find that without realizing it, your bow is probably usually changing a little. So if you can just kind of stay there, you actually don't have to work that hard with the bow. But it's just keeping it in the right place. All right, can we try maybe from... better. So one of the things we talked about with one of the other players is the benefits of when to use flat hair. So for these double stops, you definitely want to flatten the hair because that will help you keep it on the two strings. If it's on this, sometimes we might lose one string or the other. So can you just feel that you turn your wrist a little bit this way, just by yourself? Yeah, that's already better. So really feel like your wrist flattens out and try to keep that position as much as you can. One more time with the piano. So it's all the things we talked about. Weight in the string, pulling from the shoulder, but then also keeping the bow on both strings at the same time. So you see, like this is one of the moments in the concerto where we need the most power. And I think that's one of the reasons why people struggle with it is they immediately vibrate harder, but what happens is they choke the sound. And what you're doing now, you actually end up opening up the sound. So anyway, the playing is extremely high level. I enjoyed it so much. But if you can just make your playing bigger through these ways, right? Not working harder, but just understanding that the scale of the piece requires bigger playing. Don't think louder, think bigger. And that the weight in the string and using all the muscles that we don't see, just because we play violin with our hands doesn't mean that these bigger muscles don't get engaged. We have to use them to help pull more sound of the instrument. Okay, great job. Bravo. That's our class. Thank you so much for coming.
안녕하세요. 그 제4회 히켄 뭉크 I think this is not 제4회 히켄 뭉크 음악제의 세컨드 마스터 클래스를 시작하겠습니다. 여기 계신 프랭크 황은 다 아시다시피 뉴욕 필 악장이시고 또 줄리아드 음대 교수시고 또 저희와는 세종 솔로이스트 단원으로 악장으로 한 10년을 같이 있었기 때문에 굉장히 그 미닝풀한 릴레이션십이 있는 연주자입니다. 그래서 여기 이렇게 모시게 된 거를 너무너무 기쁘게 생각하고 그리고 여러분이 많은 배움을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다. So we are honored and thrilled to have Frank Huang here, a professor at Juilliard School and also New York Field Concertmaster and a long-time associate of Sejong Soloists. Welcome.
Have you played this piece before? Seems
Yeah,
like
we played it together.
this seems very comfortable. I love all the the places where you're enjoying the time and letting the characters really change. So you've performed it before?
We've done just some recordings for auditions and stuff, but we
I
haven't actually
see.
performed it together in a concert.
So like for in front of live people.
It's actually our first time together.
Okay, great. So I'm always curious when I hear people, like I want to know firstly how you felt as you were playing. Did you feel comfortable? Were you a little bit nervous? It's probably strange to play in front of people, right? After
After
this
so
last
long, right.
year, right?
Well, I don't think I ever feel comfortable playing Schubert. I'm walking on ice.
That sometimes we get that impression when you feel like it's very exposed, maybe, right? Or it's very delicate somehow, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. What about in terms of when you guys are talking about these different timings and things to do? Do you feel like it's always? Are you in the place now where you kind of always do what you're comfortable, or do you try to do things differently still?
I think at this point we are kind of sticking to what we feel comfortable. Is it obvious that
No, no. So with Schubert, and I guess for me a lot of the classical style stuff like Mozart, a lot of the stuff that people feel this kind of sometimes scared feeling. A lot of it, to me, it feels like you're enjoying and improvising in a way, but it could be more like even more unexpected sometimes, right? But that's just a general thing. But again, I'm just kind of getting a feel for how you felt about this performance. Do you get nervous at all, or not really?
I do a little bit, but not too extreme.
Not too extreme. So one thing I was noticing, the first thing I wanted to I'm curious about is your bow hair. Is this your normal tension?
It was a bit loose.
A bit loose, right? Okay. So I was wondering, can you just see? And then the second thing is, do you think about rotating your?
I tend to use just one side of the hair.
A little bit, yeah. So especially in the more like singing, more warm places. David, who just gave the previous class, we talk about this all the time, like how what a lot of people don't use the full flatness of the hair, and for me, it's not about right or wrong. Like you can use a portion of the hair, but when you're trying to get a richer, warmer sound, it's actually easier if you just let the hair pull, right? But okay, so that's one thing. Now the other thing is when I watch you play, you seem very comfortable. Do you feel? Do you ever feel anything like uncomfortable or anything?
I do feel comfortable, but I've been working on kind of opening my posture because I tend to close up a bit.
Right. So that's good that you mentioned that, because I from watching you play, I get the sense that you're aware of what your body is doing. So maybe somebody has either been talking to you about it, or you went through some kind of uncomfortable phase and you're trying to figure out how to be more like centered. So what is your process now? How do you?
I haven't had any injuries regarding that, but it's just when I'm monitoring myself, I just seem a bit like in my own zone. And a lot of people have been drilling me about opening my posture up.
Like shoulders maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So just one easy thing for me to see. Can you put up your violin for a second? Okay. And kind of just hold your violin and drop your arms. Take a deep breath. Do you feel pretty comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you feel like you're holding your violin with your head like this?
50-50.
50-50. The other half is
Like shoulder and
your shoulder,
my
like,
neck.
oh, this way.
Yeah.
Your shoulders going
It
up
should
and
be
your
like-
hand is.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you try something? When you put up your violin, as you normally go down like this to hold it, can you feel like you have some support from your core? And instead of holding your violin down, it's being pushed up into your head. So you feel very tall and very, yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me see one more time. Let me see you put up one more time. Yeah. Okay. That looks better. Drop your arm. Take another deep breath.
I feel better.
It feels better. It's a little hard to tell with the mask because you don't see the exact contact. But for me, playing violin, a kind of a key to being comfortable for me is to not feel like I'm holding it like this. Because this area, whether you realize or not, can be very tense sometimes when we're playing, especially when you're trying to dig things out, like with louder things. And that's another thing that I'm very aware of these days. When I try to play loud, I try to open up more, so I have more room to pull the sound out, right? So I see a lot of people when they try to play loud, they tend to go down and like really add a lot of pressure, but pressure does not make the violin sound louder, right? Like if you put a lot of weight down, no sound will come out, right? It's the pulling left and right that creates the sound, right? So the more you get the strings to move side to side, left to right, the louder it's gonna sound, right? So instead of digging down, like you can try a little bit. There's nothing super big or dramatic in this, but even in some of the forte, the warmer places, try like what you're already experimenting with, like staying big. But what the flat hair will help you too. So a kind of a general comment is your legatos, your singing places could be even more like a singer. Sometimes within the slurs, there's a little bit of space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's something we all struggle with
Right.
as you know, string players. How to make the sound really legato, right? So do you want to try a little bit? Let's try. Let's see if this feels any different. Did you tighten your bow a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's try even flat hair, even in the soft places.
Okay.
And let's just give it a shot at the beginning. Beautiful. I think I mean, because I'm standing closer, but I feel like there's a little bit more like warmth in the sound already.
Right.
So another thing you can try is just getting even more. You're getting a beautiful sound, but even a little bit more contact point to keep the beauty of the sound, but it has a little bit more of the core sound. Right? And then, so let's try a few small details too, just to, when you start this note, for example, what if you try just making this a whole long phrase where it feels like it kind of goes up and down a little bit, which is, it's again, beautiful. It's not, I'm not giving you any musical suggestions, but let's experiment. One long line, let your bow speed really sing through. So it feels like it feels like you're going to the downbeat a little bit. Can you give the like? Now the real crescendo. Right here, one last thing. When you go si do re re mi, your bow distribution for me, the D sharp should have like half your bow.
Right.
Can you try once? The slow, slow, slow. Yeah, and then keep going. Yeah, right. Yeah. So all those, like when you're trying to reach higher and higher, especially harmonically with that D sharp being the most tension filled, right? So it's like really, I think saving your bow, just feeling like you have so much room to let it expand will feel really good, I think. I feel you're trying to do it, but like you're like almost out of currency, right? But the beginning too. So another question I always like to ask, and it's harder with the mask because I can't see. How are you breathing before you play? Do you think about?
I breathe out before I play.
So when you breathe, I like that. I think I always breathe out before I play. But do you think of it as do you feel any connection to the way you breathe to your bow? Or is it just a
No, I think I breathe depending on how I bow the phrase or how I phrase the phrase.
So for me, breathing out in the character you want is always good. So something loud, like a loud chord, like that, right? And something soft. So for me, it's almost like you're visualizing the speed of your bow and hearing the sound you want, and then like, so you're preparing the character, right? So I think when you breathe out, can you try once giving yourself a little more energy in this sense, like, so the note is sweet and soft, but it has a nice beginning, like, and the vibrato, it's just really joining in already, right? Can you actually give her the? So now we can get a little bit more specific. I always like to just get to know how you're feeling a little bit first. When you have this and then the lower octave, are you thinking of the lower one a little more like a darker?
A little darker at the end. I just wanted something warm at the beginning, and then we have
I see. And then what about this triplet scale coming down? Are you thinking of like almost like a hairpin to the middle and then coming down?
Do you think that works?
I think you can do anything you
I can
want.
do anything I want.
There's something about being true to the score. Like actually for me, I would try to make this work first. So maybe start a little warmer so you have this one phrase.
Yeah.
So when you do the hairpin, it sounds beautiful, but it's not exactly what's written.
Right.
But again, so I think artistic license is very important. You want to feel free. You have to believe it, right? If you don't believe it and you're just trying to do a marking because it's there, it can often sound insincere. It's like when you're giving a speech and you don't really believe the message. You can talk about it, but you're not going to convince people that you believe it, right? So in this case, have you ever tried just and then so like really kind of a warm start,
Okay.
and then this thing can you think of this as one phrase?
Yeah.
It sometimes feels like da di di, da di di, like again, not letting the long notes dip at all, so it's very smooth,
Okay.
right? Let's just try. Let's experiment a little bit. Beautiful. I really like the way you're playing these accents. Do you experiment with your, like, this is the kind of stuff where I feel like you guys are playing it so well that you might not think you need to really experiment or mess with things. But have you talked about how sharp or how round you want these accents
No,
to be?
actually. I've been kind of pondering on, because Schubert's accents aren't really like that kind of accent.
Right.
It can be diminuendo or it can be like round thing.
Right.
So I've been experimenting by myself. I've been
Yeah.
just kind of trying to decide what works.
Right. Well, I guess for me, experimenting with these kinds of articulations, it's more about bow speed and distribution. So, for example, instead of using like your whole bow, I would experiment with something more compact in a way. So it has. I mean, again, it sounds beautiful, but I'm just giving you things to think about, because the it's so easy to, once you learn a piece and it sounds good, it's very easy to just get a little trapped in your own comfort, right? So like bow distribution, especially like how much, and for me, these soft accents in the pianissimo ones, they could be even sharper than the louder ones.
Okay.
So like when something is soft, it can still have a lot of, and like more energy than the, you know what I mean? So you can debate about whether or not something like that would make sense.
Okay.
And then this stuff, these things, what is more important, the accents or the overall crescendo? What do you think?
I guess the overall crescendo. That might kind of just like being stuck on every beat.
Maybe. So the maybe try to think of the accents as just a little energy in the bow speed, but you're trying to create a bigger crescendo overall. Again, it's just these little details. For me, Schubert should be really fun to play, and you shouldn't be thinking too much about this stuff. But the more you experiment, the more you can find what is comfortable in that way.
Right.
Let's try this middle section, this kind of,
From
so maybe the lower one, and then just experiment. Try to do something different. Try to reverse what your plan is.
Okay.
Yeah. this is a purely a technical thing for volume. When you guys are passing that, the way you start those, if I were you, I would try to punch them out a little bit at the beginning, because sometimes sometimes you don't hear the dialogue from the moment. And this one is not as noticeable, but the next time when you're in the low register, those ones I would always just like just try to dig it out a little bit, so you feel like you're playing a more pianistic approach. You know what I mean? Or else, you just hear the yum bum bum, the like try to enjoy the whole gesture. This I thought worked quite well. You can experiment with how much of that you want. The accents, these three could also get sharper and sharper as you go, right? So look for ways to let these crescendos affect what is happening instead of the accents. I guess what bothered me before was that they were kind of the same as the crescendo was going. Anyways, it's not a big deal. These lower notes, make sure they don't T. It's again hard to hear because of the color change, and you're also slowing down your bow a lot. Those are a little dangerous to pop out. But let's go right at C for. We might have to stop soon. Maybe one more minute. Well, I can't keep track. Tried? You're separating this? Or just two ups? Yeah, it might be worth it. It might be worth it because it's not that it's not a good bowing what you're doing, but the gesture, I think it's worth keeping the articulation. And then another one, you could try doing two downs. And then maybe like super warm, like in the fourth finger notes that are always. So those moments, it sounds beautiful, but a little bit of attention on the fourth finger vibrato can really make it like a super sweet, more intimate feeling, where you're getting the beautiful color only with your right hand sometimes there, right? Anyways, that's we always have to be careful of that fourth finger vibrato. But anyways, it sounds beautiful. I hope I give you some things that like keep experimenting, so you don't get kind of too comfortable. And in rehearsals, you can try to throw each other different ideas without talking about it, and it'll help you develop like more, improvisation as you play. So every time you play, maybe try to do something a little different. It's in general, it's fun, and I think it's good for you. But this thing also, I think, keep going with what you're talking about. But try the thing where you have the violin come up into you instead of holding it. Yeah, I think it should help a little bit. Bravo, beautiful, beautiful. sound like relatively easy, which is always the kind of the goal, I guess. Have you performed this before? First time. Okay. Did you feel pretty comfortable? A little bit nervous, or not really? I couldn't tell. A little nervous. I'm curious. Hearing you play, when you are a little bit nervous? I mean, again, I couldn't tell at all. You seemed very comfortable. Does it affect your how you feel? Like, for example, your vibrato. Does it change, or is your vibrato like pretty normally like the way you played? I'm just curious. Or was it a little bit? Does it get a little faster than normal? Or a little bit faster? I actually I love your general vibrato. It's very I would say it's very has a lot of drama in it, right? It's very kind of it sounds like the way it's like the older generation, like very fast and kind of wide. But you know, one thing that you can start experimenting with a little bit is getting a little more varying kinds or speeds of vibrato. So you don't always go to the same kind of quality, even though it's amazing. You know what I mean? So maybe like try to find ways to make your vibrato also another kind of coloring. So you have a lot of different colors in your left hand also, right? But I'm curious. That's why I asked, because I feel like if you're a little bit nervous and you're a little uncomfortable, maybe your vibrato was a little bit wider than normal. I don't know. I used to have that also when I was uncomfortable. My vibrato would be different than normal, and I wouldn't always know how to. So what do you do if you're feeling a little uncomfortable? How do you calm yourself down? What do you think about? It's hard to know, right? Exactly. For me, if I feel a little uncomfortable, or if I feel like something's, just not as easy as normal, for me, one of the first things I think about is my breathing. Do you think about your breathing very often, or not really sometimes?
Often.
Very often. So when you like before you start this, do you breathe in, breathe out before you play? Like, is it yada-da-dum or yada-da-dum?
Oh.
In or out?
Oh.
Out? Can you just show me at the very beginning? Okay. It sounds really good. So, talking about a few specific things, have you ever tried just keeping the sound like more like not dropping so much? I feel like you start so dramatically, but then it comes up and down a little bit, which I think is, again, it sounds quite good. But can you experiment? Can you try? Maybe don't start too loud. Keep the drama that you have, but pace it so each one you maybe use a little bit more bow or something. You know what I mean? So yada-da-dum and then yada-da-dum, yada-da-dum. So each one, you're not trying to get louder, but you're just feeling like your bow is more free each time. And then try to see what happens if you think of it yada-da-da-yum instead of yada-da-dum. Like try not dropping. I'm just curious. Yeah. Oh, I see. You're trying to save your bow, right? I think that's why the sound is starting to dip. Can you try yada-da-dum? Can you try like instead of using a slow bow that's lighter, try adding more weight, but then using a slow bow that's heavier. You know what I mean? Can you try? Yeah. Okay, that's already, I think you want to aim for something more, so like, you know, you're pacing your bow distribution, but don't let it affect the sound too much up and down. So it has this like very, a big kind of a long line that's going, right? When you slow down your bow, I'm a big fan of using slow bow sometimes, but in your slow bow, you can still feel like the string is moving left and right. So like, even though your bow is very slow, try to get the string to move. Don't stop the motion. You know what I mean? And then this last one here, have you tried not making a dim and just going into the forte? I think this could be pretty big. I mean, you know, again, artistic license, you have to believe in it. But can you try? So you finally get there and just very deep, flat hair. I notice you're also kind of on the side a little bit. Can you try once letting this side also work a little bit? You know what I mean? Or this side, yeah. If you break this one down, have you tried breaking this one down also? No. Yadam, so di yadam. You know what I mean? I think if you break the first one, you might as well break the second one too. I don't know. Try. Right. Or the other option is yadam, 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 to go up and down. But I would do the same for those two. Because the mi, fa, sol, la, it sounds like you're doing mi, fa, sol, mi. Yeah, up to you. Can you try from here once? The flat hair is good, but right now you're playing kind of like here. Can you try once where you move everything like this much closer to the bridge and keep it on this line. So don't let it move around. Let's experiment. Yeah, try. Your violin is not really used to you playing so close to the bridge, but I think it can work. Now let's try one more thing. When you're playing this, you're kind of moving a lot, which again is totally normal. Try once, try not to move up and down too much, just for my own experiment. Stay big, feel like you're like 10 feet tall, like 600 pounds, like a giant, and you're just on the contact point, yum, ba ba bum, and just see how it feels. So no kind of up and down. Just sustain the character. Okay? Can I try? Can I see? feel different, or I mean, you have to really think about it, or no? I think, you know, I think the way people move when you play, a lot of the times it's for comfort reasons, right? So I notice when you have chords on the up bow, you tend to use your body to help you. And when you're trying to play, like there are certain things that make you want to go down a little bit. So this chord, can you play these 4 notes once? And then when you play the E on the D string, instead of going down, try to stay up. So G, Mi, Re, Si. Like you can angle your bow towards the D string, but keep your body supported so you're not digging them out. You know what? Can you just try those 4 notes? Okay, let's try one more thing. The yong, ba bum, this down bow, D, only go to the middle. So D, and then yong, bum, slow bow, but you're starting from the middle and with good contact point. So like, let me hear the bass notes there, the mi and the right, the lower notes. Okay, let's try. Oh, but not breaking, just together. Ya, da, di, just 3 notes together. Yeah, but from the middle. Yeah. This is the next place I wanted to get to. This overall, I mean, you sound amazing, whatever you decide to do, but I think just you should be aware of how your body is moving sometimes, because sometimes when we just play and we do what we think is comfortable, you want to make sure your body's always helping you. In some of these cases, I think it's actually making it harder for you to get a nice core sound on, especially some of the up bow chords where you're moving your body and it's affecting your contact point a little bit. If you just kind of stay supported and stay in the character, you know what I mean? So it feels like you're almost like changing the character when you go up and down a little bit physically, right? So it's something to just keep in the back of your mind, like, do I really need to do certain things, right? And I think your bow, when you're in the right contact point with the flat hair, the louder stuff sounds so good. It's like it's spinning, it's ringing, whereas before I think you have to work harder to get that kind of quality. So this overall, I think you can experiment with this. Now for bow distribution, this next part, can you try, I know you have a long down bow here, right? You have a 2 beats down bow, but can you try maybe just not going to the tip and then not using so much bow on these 4 notes? So everything feels like it's more compact, right? Because right now I feel like you're going to the tip and then like you have to use so much bow to get to the lower half. can you figure out a way that it just stays very still, and you can get a little more glue in the so not so kind of slower and stickier. Yeah, can you experiment a little? Oh, okay. Oh, that already was kind of more captivating, right? So like these moments, you want to kind of pull your audience in, and if you kind of use too much bow, or if the slurs suddenly feel a little too separated, you can lose this kind of magic that's like pulling the audience in. But you know what I didn't want to lose was the freedom. It sounded like you were improvising before. Can you try the new bow distribution, but keep the freedom in the timing that you had before? You know what I mean? Beautiful, beautiful. This, so again, one small thing. Maybe here you don't have to restart. I would again try to think of this, because this writ is here. You know, technically, maybe that part you can try experiment still keeping the line flowing, so that when you start to pull back, it can be more dramatic at the end. Anyways, just something to think about. This stuff, this is another section. Every time you get to this place, again, just be careful you're not letting your contact point move around too much. You're somehow making it work. It sounds great, but I think it'll be easier if you, again, just stay kind of supported and not let your bow move around too much. These up bow chords are where I feel like you're. Can I hear? Can you play this note and then only the bottom two notes? Can I just see what that looks like? So, yeah, now can you try bum? Make sure, can you try the up bow already close to your bridge, so you're not kind of slowly coming in, but right away? Yeah, now add the top part for real, but give the bass notes that core sound already. Okay, can you try? And then yeah, keep going. This next one coming up, same thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So those for me, like Ysaye, sometimes like in Bach, I always want to hear the bass notes, like very kind of round and supporting the harmonies. So this la, re, ya-da-dum, and then yum, di, yum. So this whole thing, like if you, I feel like you're listening to the melody. Si, sol, la, si, la, re, sol, la, si, la, right? But for me, I would rather hear sol, fa, si, mi, la, re. You know what I mean? Can you try? Just as an experiment, let's try this whole section. And when you get to these chords, try to have the bass notes feel like they're more important. Everybody can hear the top part. Try to bring out the lower voice. Okay, let's just experiment. Let's see what happens. Keep going. And 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and exactly. So I mean, it's a musical decision, right? Whether you want this to be sweet or not. But even if you want it to be sweeter, I would keep the phrase going, just because the writ, you need to feel like you have room to let it expand a little bit. Okay. We probably should stop it. Can we just do 1 minute of this thing, just to hear this section? So this, as you were playing, I was wondering about this. This thing means to let it go. Is that right? I can't remember. I'm used to still holding those. Have you ever tried just holding them through, even though it's not technically necessary? It could be interesting. Can you try? Just. I see. Okay. I see. So you have to lift to. I see. Okay, it's not. I don't think it's worth it. It is possible to hold the B through, but I don't think it's worth it. Can you try, last thing, can you try this section with that same slow bow, very little bow? This is for me, for my experiment. Can you try? So very slow and very little bow. So for me, if you're going for that non-vibrato kind of uncomfortable feeling, the slower bow might work better. The fast, but the airier bow, I think you would have to make it more tender and sweet almost. So I think for what you're going for, maybe the slower bow will be more uncomfortable, like more tension, right? You can experiment. But anyways, really fantastic playing. It's really hard piece that you're making it sound very easy. Bravo, bravo. have you played it, or have you been in an orchestra that you played it before?
I played it a really long time ago. And yeah, it's a very exciting piece, but it's definitely hard to do the solo like all on its
Wow.
own.
It's a fun one. It's it's like, I think I always look forward to, because it's so enjoyable in a way. Hopefully it will be enjoyable. Well, what do you want to start with? Do you want to do some of the other ones first, and then?
Sure.
So why don't you choose? You tell me which ones you want.
I think the order that the booklet was in is the order they want me to play.
Okay.
And they put the Brahms first.
Okay.
So I think I'll play the Brahms first.
All right.
Should I stop after the Brahms?
I guess so. Yeah, it'd be nice to do like a real mock audition, but for this purpose, I think let's just talk about each one
Okay.
separate. Let's just work on each one separately.
Okay.
There's no probably easier way to do it. It sounds pretty good. When you is there a way you can get a little more just the feeling of crescendo at the end? I don't know how are you thinking of doing that crescendo? Are you adding more weight, or are you kind of thinking of letting your bow open up a little more?
I think I was adding more weight, but I should probably open up.
I think
as well.
I feel like you're working really hard.
Yeah.
Can you try just starting more compact and then letting your right arm do 90% of the work? So you're getting like bigger and bigger, and your bow is kind of having more energy. So let that bow speed help you with the crescendo, okay? And then something to keep in mind, I think it's okay to do the Debussys on here, but I'm used to just playing those chords.
Oh, okay.
And again, I don't think auditions will penalize you for doing those Debussys, but I wouldn't say you get bonus points, but it does, in my opinion, it's worth doing it if it's possible. And in this case, I don't think it's too difficult. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yum dum. So both notes, octave.
And the ones at the end as well.
In this one, chord, octave, chord. I mean, you're playing both notes at the end, right?
Yeah.
So if you, like, especially these kinds of chords, I would never ask my section to Debussy them when it's very doable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would save that for like stuff like this.
Okay.
That you don't want to play both of those, right? And then one thing to look out for is these accents sound really good, and then like when the accents stop, try to enjoy you don't want to change the character. It's still dramatic, but don't hit the notes the same way. So you want people to know that you're respecting the articulation a little bit more. Okay, let's try this opening. Okay, now auditions, especially something like this, it's very, I think 90% of the time, people will tend to like kind of rush through this a little bit. So as you're getting louder and letting your bow open up, can you feel like it should feel like it's going upwards rather than forwards? You know what I mean? So feel like something is getting bigger and bigger rather than kind of falling forward. And are you also, I just have to double check, are you breathing out or breathing in before you start?
I'm taking a quick breath to
In
kind of like
or
cue
in
myself.
or out?
Yeah, in.
In. So you're going da 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 like that?
Yeah.
Can you try taking a nice normal breath in, like anytime? And then da 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 da, like breathing out as your impulse, and maybe start on the string just to, so you're ready to go, and then da 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 da. Yeah, let's try the chords.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. So it's things like this, like the drop here, if you do it, I wouldn't do too much. So if you save a little bit of room, obviously I think it's good. But if you drop to piano, it can be a little artificial, right? It depends on, some conductors may like that, but in general, I don't think most people are gonna be looking for a huge drop there. Now this stuff, have you tried just risking it from the E string? Third position, ya, da, 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 da. Actually, yeah. So I've played this for like excerpt class before for Miss Staples.
Oh yeah.
And I was risking it, and it was kind of out of tune, and she was like, no,
Right.
no.
So Cheryl is my stand partner and my quartet partner, the second violinist in our quartet, and she will tell you to do that, but when she plays it, she will risk it, right? So it's not about being safe or not. It's figure out a way to make it work.
Right.
Can I just see how you would, if you did that big jump, how would you approach it?
So let me do a little trial.
Okay. 3, 2, 4, 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll buy that.
I'll give it a
Can you try? Okay. Okay. Not bad. So obviously, for me, I think the E string sounds better, right? So when you go up on the A string, and again, nobody will penalize you in an audition, but for me, if I heard someone go up there, I would know they're choosing safety over the color, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, I don't care so much about safety. For me, it's more about the character.
Yeah.
So try two things. One is
sustain a little bit more through the notes. So ya ya da da ya ya da da da. It sounds like da da, like you're kind of losing your warmth in the long note. And again, don't don't do a swell to don't do a crescendo either, but just sustain. And the more you sing this A, oops, the more you sing the last A, it's a counterintuitive thing because you're trying to get off of it quickly so you can shift.
Yeah.
But the longer you sustain and sing that note, the more time you're creating for yourself to shift. Can you try to ya da da ya ya da da? Enjoy the A as much as you can, and yeah, try to think of it as a singing gesture.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Now the
That
other thing is when you're shifting. This happens a lot in orchestra auditions. You know, when I hear people play excerpts for me, the one thing I get all the time is, I can nail it every time in the practice room, but when I'm in front of people, it doesn't feel the same. I don't know if that happens to you, but in general, I find that that's more often than not people feel that way. When you're shifting something like this, when you have a big shift, what are you looking for? How are you helping yourself find that C? How can you give yourself like a high percentage chance? Like, what are you thinking about?
In my head, I know that it should probably come from like, a bigger motion, like my arm helping my hand to move over. But mostly when I'm in the moment, I just like reach with my finger, which
Okay.
obviously doesn't work out.
Okay, so I think you're hitting the nail on the head in terms of why I think a lot of people are inconsistent in certain situations. Okay, so when you have a big shift and you're coming out like this, if you're looking for the note with your finger, every time there's going to be micro adjustments. And when you practice that way, you're actually practicing how to adjust quickly. So like, for example, you get to your hand's about to come down, you're like, oh, I'm going to be too high. So you like micro adjust low, or I'm going to be too low, and you micro adjust high. So this kind of shifts a little bit each time, like super small percentage. For me, what makes it easier is if I don't let this move at all, and my elbow comes out to whatever position it's in, and then the A and the B and the C are my hand is in that position, so there's no micro adjusting. If it's off, I'll just do it again. You know what I mean? Can you try da 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 dum dum and just let your elbow kind of guide you, especially the first time. Just take your time and try not to let your finger or your wrist move too much. So, okay, let me ask you a question.
I did the micro adjustment again.
Right.
Yeah.
So because of your extension coming up, because of the 2-3, you're not going to really be in that position, right? So factoring in that your hand is going to be a little bit spread out, where is your anchor position? What does it feel like? Is your first finger on an imaginary G, for example?
I guess. I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, normally in position, your first finger would be on an imaginary A, right?
Yeah.
Or A flat, let's say, whatever position you think. But because of the extension, maybe try to think of your hand as slightly more open and think of your first finger as in the G position, right? So, sol, sol, do. Can you just play the G, A, C once up there? Sol, la, do. Yeah, so the 1-2 should be in position. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. So feel that distance, right, between the C and the A. It's pretty close, actually,
Yeah.
right? So can you find wherever it's comfortable, can you remember where your elbow is? Okay, is that comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look for that position where your elbow is this time, and trust your left hand. Don't even look for the C. Just look for that position. Let's see what happens. Okay, maybe lucky, maybe lucky.
Thanks. Yeah.
Let's try one more time, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, but it's good. Don't micro adjust.
Okay.
If it's a little bit low, next time just like half a millimeter out.
Yeah.
Okay, but like let's try it 3 times in a row slowly, and if it's off, like really go for it. Trust your hands each time. Don't worry about if it's out of tune, but go for the nice quality of sound. Okay. Okay, number 2. Okay, try to vibrate the A just like slight bit, the low A. Yeah, just enjoy it. Okay, best one yet. Now let's go from the accents, from the high E, and when you get there, trust your arm. Don't even think about the note. Think about the position and enjoy that A to create that time for yourself. Okay. Pretty good. So now, I mean, you got to think about your bow too a little bit, unfortunately. But I feel like your next time you play it, somewhere in your head, you're gonna feel more confident about it because you're not practicing adjusting each time, right? So this is like my philosophy of practicing big shift. People that do it over and over again, but they're always kind of micro adjusting. That's in my experience, that's why it's not totally consistent. You're not building the trust between your head and your hand, right? Look for the position and not the note. Anyways, I think like thankfully you gave a good demonstration of that, but it does feel very comfortable now, right? I don't know if you feel comfortable, but it sounds great. So
I think I'll get there.
yeah, but when you practice something like that, again, make sure you're building, each time you do it, you have this trust and this confidence. Because ultimately, if it's a little bit out of tune, but you have this beautiful sound, it's not gonna matter so much, right? But if it's a little bit insecure sounding, even if it's in tune and it's not the right character, that is more costly in an audition, in my experience, okay? Now, these places, no need to talk about it too much. Take the time you need, but make sure you vibrate the first note. This one is gonna be hard because it's on a 4. Yadayum, tiyadadam. If you don't vibrate the first note after that comma, it's gonna sound like the time you took was for unmusical reasons, right?
Yeah.
So make sure you sing those. And yeah, same thing here. Yum, accent, accent, accent. Yadadam, yadadam. You can still punch it a little bit, but don't hit them as hard as the accents, right? So just a little awareness of the roundness versus the sharp accents, especially this one. Yeah. Everybody goes da ti da da da. Yeah, for me, a little character change is gonna give you a few bonus points in those moments. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next one. I shouldn't take up too much time.
probably start a little slower. It's not really a tempo thing. What is your idea of the character at the beginning? Have you thought about what you want the mood to be?
I wrote floating,
Floating?
but
Okay.
I guess that's not really specific. So
Yeah, like floating. Is it happy, sad, like sweet, playful?
yeah, I think it's pretty just happy at the moment.
Okay.
No storm yet.
Okay. But okay, can you, so, when I think of characters, I try to be as specific as possible. So happy could mean so many things,
Yeah.
right? Like, it could be like, like I'm so happy, or it could be like, like internally comfortable, right? So for me, like, there's a sense of being happy, but it's kind of like maybe more internal, maybe sweeter, more intimate somehow. So can you try? Let's aim for something really sweet and almost tender. Like how old is this person? Like if it's somebody happy, or is it like a young person or old person?
Probably old.
Probably old. Okay.
Well, it feels like kind of a comforting kind of warmth, not like
Okay.
excited,
Okay.
happy. So
I see what you're getting at. Okay, so just with like kind of a clear image of what you want the sound, how you want the panel, I guess in this case, what they want to get to think about as you play this. Can you try to give me a sense of this this comforting, this kind of warmth, this sweetness? So maybe just a hair slower. Okay, so if you're doing that whole up bow, I would start near the tip. So you have, I feel like you're getting already
Yeah.
a little cramped, right? So the opening, I think if you can kind of feel like a more relaxed one, right?
Yeah.
And just watch your bow speed. No sudden bumps, or sometimes because of the down bow,
Yeah.
there's a little balloon that can happen. Just if you don't need any extra speed, work out your bow distribution so nothing is a burst, right? And then the yon bom bom bi yada. I would think of that still more lyrical in a way. It sounds like a huge accent on the repeated notes, right? So just find ways to, again, it's the forte one, maybe still singing and warm, not too angry
Yeah.
or stormy yet, okay? And just quickly, this stuff, try to sing through. So it's like a long line. It's spinning.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's a little bit too like two bars. Try to just like get the long phrase going there. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. I want to make sure I hear some Scheherazade. Okay. Oh, we're on it now, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this one is really nasty.
Yeah.
Do you want to do this first? Or this is kind of tricky too. Which
I'll
one is
try
more? Let's do this one first.
Okay.
Because this, there's maybe no great fingering, but let me see what you're doing
Okay.
right now. we just hear this last part? Okay, try. The first thing is try not to get too fast.
Okay.
So it's yada 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 da 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 yada. Try to control the desire to rush.
Get
through
it
it.
over.
Yeah, it's very common to feel that way there.
Yeah.
But especially the first one, so try to enjoy the harmony there. Right. Now, I'll tell you what I ended up doing, which is kind of weird. You're doing a huge jump right on the D.
Yeah.
And you're getting it pretty consistently, but that's the kind of fingering where in the pressure situation, it would be kind of scary for me.
Yeah.
I ended up doing 2-1, 1-2, 3-1. So 2-1, right. So the D to the G is the hard one, but then the Sol, Do, Si, Si is kind of in position.
So
Yeah. The C sharp is right next to the G. You don't need to think about it. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So and then once you anchor your first finger down on the B,
Yeah.
then the D is just a 10th. So it's totally reachable from there. So you're not looking for it. It should just be a comfortable reach.
Yeah.
And then the advantage of this is when you go ya da 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 ti ya da dum, you can actually do this writ that's supposed to start earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this da di ya da da ya da da ya da 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 ya da da. Try to make it sound like it's something enjoyable rather than something that's extremely difficult.
Frightening.
Yeah, exactly. Even the ya da 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 ya. Try to sing those with the new fingering, so you don't have to jump around, right? But also, can I just hear this first? Let me hear these three. On an up, I think you're on an up, yeah. Okay, the second note, which note are you looking for? The C sharp or the G?
I think I'm looking for the G.
Okay, can you look for the C sharp?
Mm-hmm.
And then how far is the G from the C sharp?
Very close.
Okay, yeah. So not too high on the C sharp, and the G should be like right there. Okay, now for the octave, your first finger B, a little bit lower, right? So the C sharp to the B is whole step. So. Right, let's just get these three first.
Yeah.
Because for me, if you start off a little bit shaky on these three notes, that's what's going to inspire you to want to rush.
Mm-hmm.
If if it's very comfortable and beautiful, then you will be more likely to be calm
Yeah.
through the rest of it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do the
Yeah, it's
fingering,
okay. Yeah,
sorry.
try it. Right, exactly. Now, so you don't have the first movement one
No.
here,
Yeah.
but usually when you go in the first couple of times, you're leading the whole orchestra in da 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 da. So it's like you're holding the fermata and then you're leading them in. In this case, ya da da. You're going to like a whole different character. So
Yeah.
I would ya da 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 ya da yam. I would make that the peak. Da, ya, da, da, and then have it relax into the andantino. Okay. So, but I think the fingering will work.
Yeah, I think it's.
So another thing to keep in mind is after the 1, after the 2,
Yeah.
your next first finger is in position, so you don't need to look
To
for
look
it.
for it, yeah.
Yeah, so just again, it's all about just keeping your hand in a block there. Okay? You can experiment with that. I like the A string. I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but it's nice. Have you ever tried just doing something different with both speed and color?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'd still have to decide on it, but
It's a
need
little
to
bit
experience.
fancy,
Yeah.
which is not bad, but again, I think you can do a lot just with color if you wanted to.
Yeah.
T, and then T, like maybe more air or something. You know, the string color is not bad though. It's not bad. Okay, let's check out your ricochet one. Okay, very nice. The hard part sounds quite comfortable. If I were you, I would try. Can you just start from L once? Can you try lower in the bow a little bit, and then the so you're bouncing kind of like here ish. So can you try starting a little bit lower and then try to bounce a little bit more? I don't know your bow. I would probably want to try it, but try a little bit lower. Yeah. No. Okay, and then this stuff, just da ya da 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 ya da 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 yum. Can you try slurring them over?
Ooh, yeah.
Mhm. Right. Same thing. Yeah, maybe you can stop by the end. Maybe this last one like separated. I would try slurring them over the first three groups.
Yep.
Like that, just so you have more freedom in right there, and then the bouncing also, like I would recommend bouncing on the flat hair there, so you get a little bit more control. You try one more time. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So the up ya da 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 ya da 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 go all the way to the frog, so that your next down bow you have room to end up right where that there was a sweet spot. You had one like
Yeah, I
super
felt it.
clear one, right? A
Yeah.
little bit lower than where you were, and with the flat hair, it'll be it should, if you pop it a little bit, it should kind of do the work for you.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still need to figure
So
it
it's all about just finding that exact place
Yeah.
each time you get there. Okay? Pretty good. This one, in the tutti one,
Yeah.
I'm used to going up the octave,
out. Oh.
and some conductors will ask for it. I don't know if it's common here or not. because every time in the earlier, it always goes up the
Yeah.
octave, except here. So you can try.
Okay.
And then this last one, just really fast. This was kind of a hard one too, but
Yeah.
we have like maybe no time.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe we'll save that for next time.
Yep.
Yeah. Great
great.
work though.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
bravo. Wow, to be honest, I haven't heard this piece in a long time. And hearing it now, how old are you now? 20, okay. So the last time I heard this piece, I'm trying to remember when I worked on it. It's a long time ago. I'm really old, so I don't really remember it. But listening to it now, I think I really like it. I don't think I liked it so much when I was younger, but it's actually got some really beautiful stuff in it, right? How do you feel about this piece? Do you like it, or does it feel like it's like, are you still trying to feel comfortable in some places, or are you starting to enjoy it? Where's your process so far? Have you performed it before?
No, this is
First time, okay. Always good to get the first one over with, like when it's done. Especially something like this, where there's so many like dangerous places, right? I had such a familiar feeling when I was watching some of your thirds. I would guess that your hands felt a little heavier than normal, right, when you were playing this. Normally, I think when you're playing something this technically demanding, when you're just practicing and you're very loose and you're playing it, it can feel pretty comfortable, pretty easy. But when your body is tight, when you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable, nervous, or whatever it is, it's so dangerous for those moments. Like you feel like your hands are not obeying you sometimes, right? So it's a very familiar feeling in some of the moments that I felt. What do you do in those situations? Like if you're playing a concert and you feel very tight, you feel very uncomfortable, what do you think about? What do you?
I just think like, please be relaxed, but
Like,
it doesn't.
Please be comfortable. That's probably a good natural thing to think about. Again, so the theme today, I think I've talked about it a little bit with everybody so far, is breathing, right? When you're feeling tight and uncomfortable, especially when we're nervous in front of a crowd, the first thing that we do is we stop breathing normally. The whole time when you were playing the hard stuff, with the places that I noticed your hands were a little bit tighter than normal, you were probably thinking, please, please, please feel normal. I was thinking, oh my gosh, I just want her to take a normal breath. Like I wanted you to just, right? So I think when you're uncomfortable, holding your breath is the most natural reaction. So the next time you're performing and something feels a little bit uncomfortable compared to normal, instead of like thinking like why do I feel so weird, or try focusing on your breathing. Give yourself something to think about, an actual physical thing that you can do to help yourself, okay? And so this is one reason when I practice like hard things, I kind of think about my breathing as I'm doing it, just in case I'm uncomfortable. Then I have this reminder to just relax and enjoy it, right? The enjoyment part, I think, is what I wanted to see more of, especially in the lyrical moments. I feel like even in those moments when your hands are feeling tight, it's hard to really like show the people how beautiful the piece is when you're just trying to like feel normal. You know what I mean? But I think now, you know, like you got your first performance out of the way. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's try some of these ideas. So you're the way you're holding yourself balance wise, I really like what I'm seeing. It's very stable, very big. When you jump, when you do these big shifts, what are you thinking about? Can I just hear the very opening just by yourself? Yeah. Okay, is your bow a little loose than normal, or is it pretty normal? Can you try like one turn tighter? And can I just hear the yadam, yadam? Like, let me hear the E and the D sharp a little bit more. Yeah, but all together. Yadam, badam. Yeah. So like a lot of times I feel like you're playing the notes really well, but sometimes your bow is not helping you get the clarity that you want. So again, kind of a theme for today is like try to use the flatness of the hair, especially chords and stuff. You don't want to tilt too much. Just let this side of the hair do some work also, right? Or this side. You're usually kind of tilted over. Now, even the very beginning, can you try right when you start already like a little better contact point, and then I feel like your jumps, your high jumps, are they comfortable, or do you have a little bit of doubt in your head?
I think it's not good.
Not 100%. Can I just see how you're just try the beginning? So again, like and then good contact point, flat hair, and then yeah, I just want to see that first shift. Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, so it has that core right away. Yeah, from the beginning. Good. Okay. Now, this we don't have to get too specific, but I think it applies to a lot of the stuff later. So I'm just gonna pick on the opening for a second, and you can apply some of these ideas to the rest. So these kinds of fast runs. Can I just hear just that little bit? Yeah. Yeah. Now, when you're back in third position, can you feel like your fingers are? When you're playing these fast notes, do you feel like you're pressing your fingers down, or do you feel like you're thinking more about your bow?
Think about
More about your bow?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go yada da 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 dum, can you give your left hand the same energy? Your fingerboard should feel. Have you ever run on a track before? Like, sometimes they have like tracks at schools where you run, and then the floor is like bouncy a little bit. When you play yada da da da, can you imagine your fingerboard is a little bit springy, and your fingers are kind of bouncing off of the like a soft material? Okay. Okay, that was better. One more time. Okay, super good. So a lot of energy, right? So a lot of these runs, like this, I felt like you were working hard to play every note. When you just like let your fingers bounce off of the fingerboard
and don't try to press them. You know what I mean? So like more energy through your arm, but less work in your hand. Okay. So now this thing, let's do the whole opening. Even these, I would give your left hand a little bit of articulation. So you're always da 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 da. Very clear, articulate. Okay, let's try the opening one last time. I think it's also because you're feeling more comfortable now. It sounds not only cleaner, but it has the fast notes have like a energy to it, right? You're not compressing them as much, and every note is kind of ringing, right? So when I was younger, I wanted to play everything fast, and I didn't realize sometimes that when you compress things too much, when it's not totally clear, it doesn't sound good out there, right? Even though I thought, oh, I'm playing this so fast, out there it just sounded like brrr, like you couldn't really hear anything. So you want to make sure the clarity is always more important than the speed. So yes, you can be faster, you can rush through them, but not so fast that it's compressed. Okay, so kind of enjoy. That's why the energy kind of will help you in the left hand. Now, these kind of moments, I occasionally hear you do something that I hear a lot of people do, which is you start the bow and then the speed kicks in a little later. So it sounds like, and you make it sound really beautiful, but can you try once where it's like where there's a little more bow speed, a little more articulation at the beginning, and then try to not release the long notes. So really like a long line, and there's no dips in the sound. Okay, try. Okay. Can you try when? Are you breathing out? We talked about this with other people too. Are you breathing in, breathing out?
Breathing out.
Breathing out. Can you breathe out in the way you want the note to sound? So like the speed that you want to use, that's the speed you breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, okay. Can we try one more time? That sounded really beautiful to me. One more time. Already so much cleaner than before, because I think again you're feeling more normal. Can I just ask you to try one thing? When you get here, yum, ba-da-da-da-dum, don't think about anything you're doing. Try to breathe normally. Like imagine you're watching your favorite show. You're sitting on your sofa, something very relaxing. You're like super comfortable. Can you just think about your breathing for a second? Can you maybe just the bar before? Okay, now the that part, this part. Can I just hear this?
Okay, now this is, remember the springiness, the fingerboard, where it kind of like your fingers bounce off of it? Can you give your left hand that kind of energy, like a electricity energy, a lot more energy, but less effort, and feel like your fingers are just very comfortably bouncing off, and then again, kind of breathing normally. Don't just stay comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, let me see it slowly once. I see. So the notes before the shift, those are the ones you want to feel like they're bouncing up. So ti yam pom bum bum. So the fourth finger with the open string, deep and bounce off. Bounce yourself down to first position. Yeah, exactly. So anytime you have a shift, don't try to cheat the last note. Bounce extra deep so you really have that core in the sound, okay? A little slow is okay, but make sure your shifts are very, like you're springing into the next position. You're not trying to cut the note short and get there early, you know what I mean? Yeah, try it one more time, a little slow is good. Okay, then even this, even that, like very live, a lot of energy, okay, in the left hand. Okay, let's try for real. Go to your normal tempo and again, enjoy, breathe. Make it like pretend you're doing something really fun, right? Okay, very good. These runs already, I think, yeah, maybe you're already thinking about a little bit of that electricity. They should be for someone that with your kind of dexterity and your fingers, you shouldn't have to work very, very hard there, right? So let the energy carry you. Can I just hear these chords once? Yeah. So yeah, just the chords. Can you try again? Make sure you're using flat hair closer to the bridge a little bit, and then can you keep your arm on the D string, so the bass note, re fa la do, like you hear the bass notes really clear, and let them lead the sound. Yeah, especially the last one. I feel like you're changing your hand position on the last one. Can you just keep it in the same block? Yeah, the last one is it different? Is it the position is different? Yeah, I think it's closer, right? So maybe you can get a little closer, but feel, again, your first finger is still leading, okay? So think about your first finger and your other fingers, you can let them adjust a little bit. But as you go up this time, try to get bigger and bigger instead of getting lower and lower. Can you try? So yum bum 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 bum. Yeah, and then the last thing, when you go yum, bum, 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 try to move the string this way. Don't try to press down. Try to make the string go to the right each time. Yeah, exactly. So the energy down is good, but you need more energy pulling this way, okay? Right now it's like 80% down and 20% pulling. You want like 80% pulling and maybe like 50% down, okay? Anyway, sounds great. Next time this is really good practice when you play something and you get a little uncomfortable. It's so good for you in a way. So even though you might not feel like it was so comfortable, that kind of experience is so valuable, right? So next time, if you feel uncomfortable, think about your breathing. Try to think about for me, it helps to think about the music, to really enjoy it, right? But you have to do it when you practice. You have to kind of really believe in the character, and then when you're feeling uncomfortable, you're like, oh, I don't care. I'm just gonna enjoy what this piece is doing, right? So it takes the pressure off of you in a way. If people don't like it, it's Paganini's fault. It's not your fault. Okay? That's how I think sometimes. Okay? Bravo.